Stop. What is it? What do you need to take? Let's go.
Is the audio working now? Let's have a look. So, sound. That's fine, I think. See, yeah. East to Riverwood. Here they come. Wow. Slaughtered by the path. Bit repetitive for the wolves, isn't it? A bit repetitive, isn't it? Poor wolves.
person.
Okay, the starlings. It's nice. Yep. Riverwood. Yeah, I was travelling by horse yesterday, and the horse disappeared. I was happily travelling. It just disappeared. I came back outside, so Lord knows. I've always loved Riverwood though, it's always been my favourite place. Even when way back when, travelling through the Skyrim province. It's a cloudy day. Might rain actually. What time is it now? 25 past 8. Yes, doing some nice travelling here around. What's it called? Riverwood. Just nice and relaxing, really. Well, it's better than those streams that say idle in Skyrim, doesn't it? It's better than idle in Skyrim, I think. Well, at least it's got more clout, rather than just some geezer stood on a mountain with a camera going round. I'd say this is at least a little bit more supervisory. Well, we travel anyway, don't we, in this? We always travel. We're always travelling on Skyrim. Daisy, we're travelling. Always. I like looking at water because it's relaxing. So relaxing. I wouldn't leave Riverwood though. I'd never leave it to go to Whiterun or anything, unless you had an armed guard, armed escort. Not as if you can just go around doing cartwheels around Skyrim, isn't it? I don't think it's possible. It's nice coffee. You know what? For basic coffee, that is really nice. They must have got a fresh batch in. You know, because when you get that fresh coffee coming in, because they normally stock the coffee that's been lying in the warehouse for about 3 months. Well, coffee really is supposed to be forklift trucked in and on the shelves within a week. But what they do is in these supermarkets they backlog all the stock because they want to shift all the high premium stuff, you see. And then what they do is when all the premium stuff's been sold and they're not going to get any premium stock in, so they get told, oh listen, you know that premium stock you've been selling of all the high prices, yeah, well we're not going to get any in now for at least 3 months. It's like, hang on a minute, haven't we got all that supermarket owned stuff that's in the warehouse been there for 3-4 months? Yeah, get it out. Like just throw that out. And then what that does is that picks up the numbers, the conversion rates. The profits will be down, but the conversion will go up. The store retention. That's what they do. They play with numbers, you see. They do it in call centres as well. I've worked for a call centre years ago. I know all the tricks of the trade with that. You know, and when I say tricks of the trade, healthy ones, but there's no moral like and leaders would tell you to do it. Managers would tell you to do those things. You know, you gotta be very careful. what you say and how you say it. No, what one says and how one says one thing is a yin and yang in itself, you know. You're just saying to someone, oh, this coffee tastes horrible. Or you could say, has there been any changes to the coffee stock lately? You know the difference in the tempo of the question. No, you're not saying that it tastes horrible. You're asking, has there been any changes to the stock? It might not be a high clarity question for the answer you're looking for, but it's a better introduction into your journey for the answers that you seek, rather than just going in there saying it tastes horrible. You kind of like you gotta butter it up a little bit, you know. It's like girlfriends are really good at that. You know, girlfriends, they're really good at buttering up negative situations. Do you know what I mean? And what men are really good at is making nothing of that important situation that she brings up. Do you know what I mean? So there's a way that a guy will express his disinterest in what she's saying, you know, and there's a way that the girlfriend will say to you in a tone of what you're doing wrong. So the outcome of it is you don't care about what she thinks about what you're doing wrong. The girlfriend has to put up with it. Do you know what I mean? But that's the tug of war, you see. The fact is not to react in a way that puts you in a weaker situation. You know, so not reacting to anything and not responding will be more powerful than actually responding. You know? So everything that evolves and involves everything evolves around your introduction into what it is you want to know the answers to. And you cannot go in there with a straight, bold question to what you want the answer for, because you'll never get it. The whole technique is to trivial pursuit your way through someone's category. If you want the answers you seek. You know, so a lot of people these days online, don't they, say, well, the majority of people, why does nobody want this? Or why does nobody want to be friends such? Why does nobody want this, right? So if someone is looking for friends, there's a high percentage of people out there who are not looking for friends, right? Do you know what I mean? But that's a lie to the person who says they're looking for friends, right? So if they say that they're looking for friends, someone will say, oh, that's sweet, you're looking for friends. Yeah, I'm looking for friends. Right, and not the TV show, actual friends. But what the person is really saying is, I'm looking for a connection, right? But you can't say I'm looking for a connection, because that sounds really weird, right? You only say that when you're in an intimate kind of relationship with someone, right? You'll say stuff like that, you know? So people won't go around saying that they're looking for connection, but 97% of people are subconsciously looking for it, you know? And the 3% that remain can't have a connection because they're either disabled or in prison, right? Or married. It's only 3% of men are married. happily, that is, about 3% of men are happy in a marriage on average. And still a lot of dudes. You know, if you've got like 60 million people, you know, what's like 10%? 6 million people, right? So what's 5%? 3 million? And then what's 2.5? You know, 1.5 million men, right? Who are basically happily married and happily content. Those dudes are basically like elite dudes who have all the coin and all the cars and all the property and all the access, right? They're normally CEOs or directors or something, you know. And those people are normally the category that everyone's chasing to either become or to be part of. And no one can become part of it because you're born into it, you know. You're born into it, and no one tells you that. No one tells you that you're born into it. They tell you that you gotta, you know, work hard, keep your head down, and move forward in the world, right? And ask no questions, because people will tell you no lies, right? Because the more questions you ask, the more deeper the hole you'll dig yourself in. Because that's the philosophy you're taught. The only time you're allowed to ask questions is in studies, classrooms, universities, in work, right? As long as it involves the project. So communication is key, you know. And if someone says, back to the basic point where someone's looking for a connection, looking for friends, I bet every person that you know or that I know are not looking for friends. They're happy with the ones they've got, or they're happy with the ones that they've accumulated themselves through the earth spinning through space. Like, they're happy with them. They don't want any more to the library. The library's full. There's too many books. The bookshelf's full. And if any books were to be taken off that bookshelf, none will replace it. You know, and that's a lot of where people are right now with the library of friends. You know, and these people who are seeking that connection are unable to attain it. So what they do is they go on YouTube, or they go on Facebook, or they go on Discord, or they go on Instagram or Snapchat or whatever they're all called, right? Because out there apparently that's where you meet friends. So the half measure is online friends. You know, so if someone's got no friends but they've got 50 online friends, the system is telling them they've got friends, but their heart tells them that they've got no friends. Who do you believe? A system or your own heart? Who do you believe? Because you don't believe a system subconsciously. You'll appreciate the description, but it's your inner heart that really is the judgment of your whole day, of how you feel. You know? So if online is the half measure for friendship, right? And you can't actually make a true friend anymore. You can only have half of a measure. Then the only places to find that half measure are digital outlets. The organic outlets of pool, snooker, dart, dominoes, public houses, playing golf. You know, they're reserved for a particular library of people. Not everyone does that anymore. So everything's all digital. So what does a person do who struggles socially and organically to make friends, but then all of a sudden finds themselves successfully half measuring online? does that fully equate to the person's needs? Really? Like, does it? I don't think so. It's like having an AI friend or something. That doesn't actually mean that it's your friend. It's an artificial base. And if someone was to believe that an artificial baseline is a real friend, then they may as well just believe that all those digital friends they've got are also friends, when really what they are acquaintances, and an acquaintance is a quaint under exaggeration of a friend. It's what it is. It's like if someone had a furnace. If you got a furnace, that's a machine. That's a fully processed pressure cooker. But if you've got a campfire, yeah, you know, the campfire's nice, but eventually it's going to burn out quickly. But a furnace will still be there tomorrow because it's got all the correct machinery to create heat. So therefore, you're going to stick with the furnace. You're not going to stick with the campfire. You're not going to want a half measure. You're going to want a full measure. And to attain a full measure, you have to be extremely sharp. And the likelihood of that happening is going to be quite low for all of us, because not everyone is super sharp with organics. People are going to struggle. People are going to struggle to communicate and to open up emotionally. You know, and people don't know how to emotionally gauge their frustrations. And making friends and making numbers is basically what gratifies an individual. You know, it's all about their connections and their accumulations that matter. And if those accumulations are altered or misjudged or misaligned, then we tend to deal with it. You know, we tend to deal with it head on. But today's society doesn't allow you to do that. You can't tackle these things head on now. You have to persevere with it, and apparently that makes you a better person, but I disagree. I disagree. It doesn't make you a better person. It makes you a more miserable person. It makes people more negative, you know. I believe in being hands-on and direct with it. You know, and when I'm like that, when I am direct, and when I am proportionate with my ways, I tell you, I get a different energy, I get a different outcome every time. Every time. So yeah, so the fact is that people want a structure like a furnace that's constantly burning and is constantly functioning, and there has to be an input and an output, just like there's a social circle, and there isn't any. The internal furnace of people is no longer functioning. Instead, there are just little campfires here or there that are easily extinguishable and easily moved and put out quickly. There is no foundation anymore. And you can thank individuals who are basically, you know, running the digital universe right now. They're the ones that created this future of dystopian social anxiety, and people are currently pushing back. They're resisting whatever it is they're trying to move forward with social networks and artificial intelligence and AI slop, AI repetitive muck, AI training programs. That's what Facebook was, and Instagram and Discord and YouTube. They were AI training models that learned about what viewing habits were and social habits. They built up 10 years worth of your activity to use against you in the end. That's what they did. And they did it with absolute finesse. The companies, they did it, and I know that they did it. They know that I know that they did it, and they know that I can explain it very well. They know that's what they did. That's why you had the learning program Plenty of Fish and all the other dating sites like Match.com and all that. They weren't websites, they weren't channels, they were AI learning programs. And now they've fully learned all about you. They've fully learned everything about you. They know what you like, they know what you love, they know what you fear, they know what you hate, they know what frustrates you, and they know what triggers you. You know, when human beings are normally triggered 99% the same reasons every time. And the systems are learning how to really incorporate passive-aggressive nature in its anti-universe existence. And they're not going to stop with it, guys. They're not going to stop with it. They're going to continue using that knowledge against you, and you're going to continue using it. And the more you're going to continue using it is the more you're going to eventually have no one around you. Because the only way you're going to get people around you again is if you did what your grandmother and grandfather did and turn away from technology. Don't watch it. Don't go online. Don't go on the phones. Don't go on YouTube. Don't go on Instagram. But you know what? The world is structured, the world, so you have to now. You have to go online to apply for a job. You have to go online to apply for government jobs. You can't be on the dole and apply for government jobs anymore. You have to be in employment to apply for government jobs now. But they still tell you to apply for government jobs, even though it won't get you anywhere, because the data you upload is more valuable than your application. It's a scam. It's a con, you know? And I know all about them. I know all about those little itty bitty scams. It's a data scam, you know, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, just like the algorithms that these digital networks use, there's nothing you can do about it. It's done by the CEOs. It's done by the champions of the company. There's nothing you can contest with them. They do it in the background without your knowledge. You know, because, you know, that's called corporate corruption. It's basically where they write up policies that protect their inner sanctums, you know, their inner reasons what they want to do. And the real reasons those programs were made, like Facebook and YouTube and everything, were to train, to learn how you behave. And you gave them all the information. You gave them everything. The only thing I've given them is YouTube. My content on PlayStation. That's all I've given them. The only thing they've learned from me is what graphics I use and what my voice sounds like. That's enough for them. That's enough for them to sell. It's enough for YouTube to categorize and to put in a place where either no one can see it, no one can access it, or everyone can. You know, that's what's happening. You've basically become a product and tool of an AI learning program. So you're now trying to learn what the AI is doing. That's what they've done. They tried to convince you to learn how an AI thinks. And you know, an AI doesn't think. An AI processes. It doesn't know how to think because it's incapable of thinking. An AI can only process. It can't think. It doesn't know how to think. It doesn't even know how to respond honestly. It can only use other feedback from other people as a response that relates to what you're saying. It doesn't actually have its own response. It can't exist. So it's only using what someone else has said to tell you something. Which means it's not a real phrasing. It's not a real conversation you're having with an AI. What it's doing is it's pulling up literature from other sources and printing it on a screen like a photocopier on a piece of paper. So it's like saying to a photocopier, can you print out the study we did on dinosaurs the other day on the 29th? And the photocopier goes, yeah, no problem. No, it's like you're giving a command to a photocopier to do something, right? But in that photocopier, right, there are settings that are inside the photocopier that you can't press. You know, you can't access. So it could be the template of the paper that you're using. It could be the template. So the photocopier might use a different template than what you want. It might be hard binded, which means that to use that photocopy, you've got to use that template. You know, so you're restricted to a template. You know, so the photocopier is restricting you from selecting a different template. That's called control. It's a monetizing control. It's a photocopier that's basically controlling the person who's asking for it to print something, and it's putting out conditions before it prints it. That is called a corporation. It's not called a photocopier. It's called a corporation inside a photocopier. The photocopier isn't a corporation. The photocopier isn't alive. The photocopier is just a reference and an extension of that corporation that enforces its rule. Just like the social networks do, and YouTube does, and Facebook and all the other digital networks do. They all do it. And they all do it, and they have been doing it since 2010. If you were to sit there and observe a human being for 16 years, you're going to learn a lot, especially someone who's constantly posting, constantly writing their fears, their anxieties, and everything. You know, people have basically just fueled their mental health into the camera, you know, and just given AI all the insecurities that humans have. Everything. And there is nothing that anyone can do about it. So I'll always remember that from now on. Imagine that these massive companies like YouTube and Facebook are photocopiers, and inside the photocopiers are settings you can't operate. What you have to do is have this piece of paper that's printed out, and you've got to hope that that piece of paper would have printed out what you require without any errors or mistakes. But what happens is 9 times out of 10 it does print out mistakes, doesn't it? Because the human mind is built to point out mistakes. It's built to point out errors in things, because we've spent all our lives building tools to perfection with no flaws. But yet when we do see a flaw or we see an imperfection, we identify it and see it, and we compare it to another fault or an imperfection of something else. It's a natural human behavior. It's like you're guarding your own intellect. It's like a natural response. Like every human does it. Every single one. Doesn't matter how good you are, everyone will behave the same way. You know? And people are dependent on social validation, right? So imagine social validation as how can I say, armbands in a swimming pool. Imagine, you remember when you first started swimming and you were swimming and you couldn't swim, you were like, oh, you're flapping around everywhere, and then all of a sudden you got given armbands, and then all of a sudden you can float, right? That is buoyancy, right? It's called buoyancy. That's why they're called buoys in the ocean. They float, right? So when you get given a set of armbands, you're getting given support and validation from the air, the oxygen, the air inside the armbands are validating your elevation. So it's not everyone else in the pool that's holding you up, it's air itself. Right, so if air itself is holding you up on the water's surface and it's nothing else, it's you and the armbands, right? So what happens if you remove one armband? If you can't swim and you've got two armbands and then all of a sudden one slips off, right? Like an armband just slips off, what you gonna do? That elevation is gonna decline in that side. You're gonna sink into the water, right? Like at least if it's your right arm, your right ear is gonna go into the water first, and then your head is gonna be immersed in the water. You are gonna panic, right? Because when we're learning how to swim, if you lose that support, that validation of air, you're gonna sink. Not completely, but you'll half sink, right? You'll half sink. You've not fully sank yet, but you're on your way, so you panic, and you're using an arm with no validated support on it to navigate a circle effect. So what happens then is, and you've got to listen to me carefully here because it's a very true fact, this, when you've only got one armband on, and you know, on your left arm, when you're moving with your right arm, because you can't move your left because it's squished with an armband, you can't maneuver it correctly, so you start moving your right arm to stroke and swim. But you know what that does? Puts you in a circle. It creates a whirlpool. It puts you in a position of failure, right? Because the more you use your right arm, the more energy you're going to use. You're going to exhaust your arm, which means you're going to exhaust your neck. And if no one sees you, eventually the panic is going to overrun, and you're going to worry about the worst, right? Because you haven't got that validation of air support, right? But then if someone comes along and adds an armband on, they put the armband back on for you, right? And immediately you're stabilised like that. Immediately the armband goes on like that. And then the next thing is, you're no longer swimming in a circle, you're no longer panicking, you're taking deep breaths, and you're just elevated like that on the surface of the water. You're elevated. And you don't move, do you? You're moving your legs, right? You're moving your legs, like you're moving my legs like that. You're breathing, and you're like, right, I've got to make sure that I don't lose that armband, right? Now imagine in today's social society that those armbands are no longer used in swimming baths, because no one goes swimming anymore unless you're from America. Imagine that those armbands in a swimming pool have been replaced with social networks. So whenever you get a like, or you get a comment, or you get good results socially, guess what? Someone is give you an armband. You're no longer swimming in a circle getting nowhere, because you're not exactly defeated, because you're still floating. Your head is still above the water. It's just tiring. It's exhaustive, right? Because eventually your arm's going to give up. It's going to give in. It's natural physics. So if social networks are the armbands of today's society, then what's the pool? You know, if the social bounds of society and binds of mankind are based upon connection digitally today, like, I'm not saying that's the outcome, but it's certainly getting there, then what is the pool? Because it's not people, it's not a company. And if the armbands are the social validation, then what is the descent? So the pool you're actually in is actually not a safe place, because you're wearing armbands, which means that if the armbands are removed, you're going to become immersed in your own nightmares and your own fears, right? Like I said, the person's afraid of not being in control because they're swimming in circles. So where does the answer lie with who is responsible for this social validation? Who's responsible for it? You know, like what is the pool? Well, I tell you what the pool is. It's the community. The pool itself that you're swimming in is a community of a pool. The armbands is the validation you require, that you need. And the funny thing is about the pool that we're all in, there are no ladders out. Everyone's got a set of armbands now. Nobody's swimming around with no armbands anymore. Everybody's wearing them. They are. And they're wearing them because they need them. And the only reason you wore armbands when you were younger, when you were learning, is because you needed them. Because without your mum or dad there to guide you, you swim in circles. It was called doggy paddling. Doggy paddling is basically where you're basically blacklisted from the pool. You don't know how to butterfly stroke. You don't know how to backstroke. You don't know how to freestyle. You don't know how to breaststroke. You don't know how to dive. And you certainly don't know how to paddle. You know, and these are like major skills in a social pool, right? So who are the butterfly strokes? Who are the freestyle sprinter swimmers? Who are these people that are legendary in the social pool without armbands? Who are they? What are their names? Where do they come from? Where did they go? What do they do? Yeah? You know, it's... You know, the idea is to not jump in the pool. That's the idea, because once you jump in it, you can't get out of that pool. You will always need armbands. And the quicker you accept when you jump into that insecure social pool, you will always need armbands. The idea is to walk away from it and for you to be your own pool, to be your own social centre. And if no one wants that, then that's their loss, you know? You don't have to go around social networks on YouTube or Facebook or anyone chasing it. There's no point doing it. You want to chase the things you desire and the things you love, And that is success and happiness and a family. That's what it is, because that's what everyone wants. You know, it's what everyone wants, is an easy life. And believe me, these digital networks don't provide you an easy life. They provide chaos, and they provide, how can I say, extremities. Because extremities, you know, and high stress situations get views. Did you know that? Did you know that high stress situations and high intense energy gets clicks and views? And the idea is to not give an absolute monkeys about that. Who cares whether it does or it doesn't? Like, who cares if no one watches my stream? I don't care. I mean, the fact is that I can draw Leonardo da Vinci's anatomy art and the Alps whenever I want. I can draw all the Marvel superheroes you can imagine. I can draw horses. I can paint buildings. Yeah? I can play the guitar. I know how to work a camera. I learned photography in college. I've got loads of other things that exercise my love for the planet. This isn't the be all and end all. This purely is just to show people how I play games, not how I live life. You know, and social networks and these digital giants like YouTube and everything like that is not life. It's not reality. It's a window into a potential reality. It's what you see with your own two eyes that's reality. It's what you see. And you want to stick with that. You want to stick with what you think and what you observe and what you download yourself from the sun. Because the sun is what enables you to download information. Without that sun in the sky, you are unable to download information because there wouldn't be any light to download. Everything would just be pitch black. You'd just be downloading shadows. When the earth downloads shadows to a human, all you're going to get is, well, it's not information, is it? It's a half measure. That's what it's called, a half measure. And I create my stuff on my channel because I want to. I've been playing games on a broadcasted channel since the Sega channel. Since Sega TV came out in the 90s, when my mum bought it it was on subscription. It was like, I think I had it for 3 months. Sega TV, the Sega channel. You could like play all these games with your friends online. It's like things were recorded on the TV. It was really fascinating. It's difficult to explain. It was before online came out, but you could share your stuff with your friends. It was really cool. You know, so I'm showing my kind of gameplay back then that I'm doing right now. And if no one likes it, like tough monkeys, just don't watch it. You know what I mean? Don't watch. Don't stay here. Don't come here. Like, unsubscribe, leave. Don't come back. Because you're not worth the channel's time. You're not worth my time. There's no point coming on this channel and watching if you don't get any value out of it. If you don't like watching a guy walking around Skyrim helping people out and healing animals and doing magic spells, then don't watch it. Don't watch it, don't comment, unsubscribe, leave, don't talk to me, leave, and never come back until you feel you might like it. It's not difficult to do. I ain't gonna care about it. I ain't gonna be heartbroken. Who cares? It's just digital matter. Eventually it'll all be turned off anyway, one day or another. You know, the whole system will be switched off one day. You know, eventually one day YouTube will turn off its lights. So will Facebook, and so will all the other giants. Eventually they'll all turn off the lights, because you know what? People will stop watching these kind of channels and going on these type of networks in the end. Because people are born. People get born, you know. People born, they live, and they perish. And every time people are born, there's a new wave of people. And they raised this generation today, who are now in their early 20s, to need computers. A lot of them can't even read. A lot of them can't even write. Can you believe that? Can you believe that the current system in place has actually created more illiterate humans? Like, can you imagine that? Like, it's not doing the human race any good. You know what I mean? It's not. But yet people still give into it. They still give into it because they're addicted to it. They're addicted to this stuff. They're addicted to validation online, aren't they? They are. And you know what? I can see why. It's a phenomenal boost. It's actually probably a dream or a delight for someone for that to happen. Because no one took them on their entire lives. I'm the type of guy that got a girl every weekend. I went out. You know, I could go out round town this weekend and get a date, no problem. Because I'm nice looking. And I'm very well spoken. That's the truth. Girls choose me because of my DNA. Right? And because of how I behave. Not because of how much money I have. Or how much money I don't have. Or what my clothes look like. You know, they're interested in the energy I've got to give. And the good looks I have. And what happens when people don't like when I get chosen by those females? They get angry. When those females pick me because I'm better looking, that other male isn't going to like it. He's going to be offended that the female chose me. But it's okay for the female to choose that guy and for me to feel offended, isn't it? Like, that's okay to that guy's perception. He doesn't mind if I'm offended, but if he's offended, that's a bigger deal than me being offended, you see. Because she chose me. So what's he going to do? His armbands came off, right? Social anxiety kicked in. His armbands came off. He's now swimming in circles in his mind. He's getting angry, frustrated. He's burning up. And he cracks. He starts panicking and doggy paddling in the pool. There's water splashing everywhere. Everyone's looking. What's happening with that guy? He's losing the plot. Well, he was socially depraved. And that's his reaction, you know. The idea is not to curb. So if a woman rejects you, or a guy rejects you, the idea is not to curb. The idea is to enjoy it, apparently. And to embrace that. Because some people are just undateable. And some people are dateable. Some people find it difficult and are kind of dateable, but not dateable. And that is where the social networks come in. It's for those people who are kind of dateable, but not dateable. They're in that in-between zone of a grey area where they don't have the looks to back up the qualities, or they don't have the qualities to back up the looks. They're in a catch-22 situation called the dating trap. It basically means where you're not good looking enough to be recommended, but you're also not skilled enough to be remembered. So you're forgetful. Right? Isn't that awful for you to understand that you're forgetful? Right? In the dating game. It's called a dating trap. It means that you're constantly forgotten and never remembered, right? And it's that powerful as a social intrigue that it's become its own topic on YouTube. Some of the best people broadcast or do videos about it. Like, you think I don't know all about that stuff? I know all about that. I'm not making videos about people's emotions and psychologies. That's insulting. But I can definitely express my views on it, not the answers, you know? Because I'm not here to give answers. I'm here to give a view, you know? So what do you do? So what do you do? Huh? You leave. That's what you do. You leave. You leave and you don't come back. You know, if you don't like my channel, then scuttle off. Just scuttle on off and don't come back. Unsubscribe, remove yourself from my channel, and allow me to just walk around Skyrim for 8 hours. And I'm fine with that. If you want some videos about some real deep concepts, I can do it. I can real go on the line with it if you want me to. But there's no point, because that would have been 25 years ago I'd have done that. I'm too old now to do that stuff. So right now, I'm just playing computer games. But we're travelling in style. And they're targeting gamers. This corporation giant, they're targeting gamers first, like they always do. They don't target all the other stuff like makeup and all that other codswallop. They target gaming first. Because it's the easiest to target. It's long sessions with long pauses, lack of narration, lack of talking, lack of story. It's easy to penalise. It's easier to contradict gaming. Gaming will always be under the guillotine, right? If you're playing computer games and you're broadcasting computer games, you are under the guillotine in the digital niche. And you are. And you've got to understand that the guillotine is not your friend. It's not your enemy either. The guillotine is just known for one thing: to use gravity to fall. That's what the guillotine was made for. The guillotine wasn't made for what people think it was for. It was built to obey gravity. That's what it was made for. And if people didn't obey, they got the gravity. And that's a guillotine. And I'm fully aware of guillotines on YouTube. A digital guillotine is something that basically beheads your niche. It beheads your metadata. Basically every day you stream as if whatever you did the day before didn't exist. Believe me, oh Man, these cigarettes are cheap. Getting cheap mucky, dude. Cheap, dirty cigarettes. They're counterfeit, that's what they are. Counterfeit cigarettes. But I'll give you social cues and social facts. I was born in an era where I knew everything before all this stuff was made. I was out round the clubs and the pubs before it was even a thing, and I was here when this was born. I was here when YouTube first came out, and I was here when Facebook did, and I was an adult when it did. I was an adult, and I know exactly from day one exactly what these things do. And I know how to get information out of AI. I know how to tweak it and get information that I require. Because that's my job in real life. That's my job, to get information. That's what I have been paid to do in the past, is to gather information and to use it which sees fit for whoever I'm working for. And I am not pushing my sales finesse into this. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it because it's not worth it. Because for what's gone into it, nothing's come out of it. So the dismantleization has obviously happened. Someone sometimes just doesn't like what you say, you know. Sometimes people, systems don't like what you say. They don't like what you do. Well, tough. You know, if it's not hurting anyone, and you're not offensive to anyone, and you're not breaking any laws, you know, you're not doing any harm. But you know, they create these other bylaws and policies so they can do things without telling you. You know, and it's been happening for centuries. It's been happening for absolute centuries, and they're still using those tricks today. And the idea apparently is to just accept it and to be happy about it. Nah, I don't think that's I don't think that is the correct paradox. I don't think it is. They'll all get what's coming anyway. They all do, these algorithmic systems. They all get what's coming, and the algorithmic systems always implode, because an algorithm is built to implode. They're all built to implode. Frequency modulation and amplitude modulation are built to implode. The signals are built to implode and explode in bandwidths. You know, it's like a natural gravity of how signals work. Eventually, a frequency will implode, and it has to be either rewritten or overwritten. That's why they're always overwriting algorithmic policies, because algorithms can't survive longer than 3 months. They have a lifespan, an algorithm. It's like a signal. Even though a signal travels at the speed of light in a vacuum, it's still got a lifespan to it. The signal does dampen, it does become thinner and looser over the greater distance it travels. You know, it's just natural universal science. And the same goes for algorithmic energy. It's exactly the same. and it's proportionate to an unstable dog or an unstable pig. You know, you look at an unstable pig, it's running around in a stable, rolling around in the mud, making a mess of things. That's called an algorithm. It's a pig's algorithm. It's not the pig itself, it's the mess that the pig is making is the algorithm. You know, and if the algorithm is a messy pig, and the messy pig is in a messy sty, full of mud and muck, well, that's all you're gonna get. That's all you're gonna be greeted with. Is pig and muck. Well, this will be the content all night if you like. Just stood by a water stream. I think this is lovely. Eh? Look at that. Oh. There you go. We'll change that around for a bit. There you go. So yeah, I think the river at Riverwood is beautiful. I'd love to live here. I'd travel here. I would. I would definitely travel here. I would so travel here. I would. Wow. Really? Oh well. Jeez. I think my friend was streaming for nearly 8 hours straight. Like 7-8 hours straight with this. And you know what? No. He must have got like maybe 15 views. Like, they are really pushing in other sections right now. And I tell you something, it's that politics. I'm telling you, the amount of disgusting politics on my feed, the amount of times I keep saying not interested and don't recommend this channel again, it's constantly regurgitating this muck on my screen. It's like, could you just get the gist? That I am not political, and that what you're sending me on this phone is a joke. That why would I want to watch politics when I know nothing of it? It's like it's trying to get me to watch things I don't like. Like, is that its fascination? To get me to watch things I don't like? And I can't believe, like, my friend did like nearly 8-9 hours streaming, only 10-15 people, when normally used to get like at least 200 people, 300 people watching him. Like nothing. Like nothing. It's like, what, you want proof? Something? You want that you want proof? Yeah, but gaming has been put on the back burner anyway, especially for small channels. Any excuse, I suppose, to remove a previous system, isn't it? I suppose. People spending countless hours reincarnating something. Becoming TV. Whatever. This will never be TV. YouTube's not TV. It's watched on a TV or on a mobile device, but it's not a television broadcast communications network. It's an algorithmic frequency that's contained within a server box. box. It's not a massive antenna that's broadcasting out airways. It's not a broadcasting TV studio. It doesn't have any anchors. It doesn't have any broadcasters. It doesn't have any daily news. It doesn't have YouTube news, YouTube sport, or YouTube movies. You know, it literally just uses films to show adverts. That's how it's trying. It's trying to become a television network, but they'll never allow it to be. They'll never allow it to be because it makes enough energy without it being one. It being a proper TV network will probably ruin everything, because the fact that it's not is what makes it so unique. You know, that's why they're trying to build up their kudos to become one. It wants to become one. It wants to become the next thing. It wants to convert its standards. It wants to shift away from riffraff and annoying channels. It wants to stick to whatever the adverts go to. That's the truth. Because that's what adverts did back in the 80s. They stuck with TV broadcasting channels that did loyal, good shows. They wouldn't go with TV broadcasters that did terrible shows. If there was a terrible show on a broadcaster, the adverts would pull from them. So the networks were always at the will of the advertisers, which is what they want for YouTube. They want YouTube to be at the will of the advertisers. And that's not what YouTube is. It's not, and they're trying to change it, and it's not working. And I know it's not working because I see it not working, and they see it's not working. But they're so stubborn to think that it will work that they'll force it to work. And what it'll do, it'll just implode. And I'm looking forward to watching it happen. I'm looking forward to it. You know, because mass people will just stop watching. And it's coming. That's why they've enforced all these changes now, because they know people are going to stop watching. People are going to move away because they're all watching TikTok. And YouTube knows that they're watching TikTok. It knows that they're leaving. So what it's doing is it's removing people that stink on its channel. It's removing people who got paid off advertisements because the channels stink. You know, and if a channel stinks, YouTube ain't going to promote it. How it stinks or why it stinks, I couldn't give you an answer to that. I couldn't give you an answer to what they think stinks. Apparently, excretion stinks. Fungi stinks. Bacteria stinks. You know what I mean? And what do we normally do for that? What does bacteria normally do? It either destroys itself, or because bacteria ends up fossilizing and destroying itself if it can't be removed, or it's wiped away. It's wiped. You know, because it was something that was once good that became a bacteria, kind of like cheese or milk. You know, milk one day is really fresh and really good. Everyone wants to drink. But then after a few days, milk goes off. People throw it out. They don't keep it in the fridge for it to harden. They throw it out. That's what they do. You know, who's going to keep stale milk? You'd have to be really in the wrong zone to keep stale milk in your presence, because all it's going to do is provide bacteria an unhealthy odor. You know, and when something is giving off an unhealthy odor, and when something stinks, or if something is, how can I say, it's like if something smells, or if something really, really bad right? You wouldn't keep it around for so long, would you? Like, you wouldn't stay around it, and you wouldn't allow it to be around you. You know, there has to be either a push or a pull somewhere. You know, so you ain't gonna leave and allow the stink to remain the boss. You're gonna do everything you can to remove the stink, because you're not gonna tolerate a stink when you can remove it. So if milk goes out of date, and in 1 minute it's nice and fresh, and everyone wants a drink of it, and then 3 days later nobody wants to know what it is, that is because the taste, the healthiness, the vitality of the milk is no longer usable. It's only usable for micro life forms that will break it down eventually, right? So it's like, okay, so we understand now that if something stinks and if something's awful, we remove it from our presence, right? And it only takes one smell, doesn't it? You take one big whiff, you take a jolly good sniff, and you're like, oh my god, can you smell that? You'll say, can you smell that? And someone say, what do you smell? So, oh, it smells like off milk. It smells like garbage. It smells like something's off or rotting. You're like, oh, really? Where do you smell it? Where? Someone will point with the fingers to this invisible stink. They'd be like that. Can you smell it here? I could smell it when I stood here. And they'll go, no, I can't smell it. You're like, really? I could smell it. So, and then they'll be looking for the smell, like a hound, searching for this stink. So it becomes a search for the stink, right? So what happens is that you've said to someone that you can smell something, and they kind of want to get an idea of what it is that you can smell, but they can't smell it. Like, I can't smell that. I don't know what you're saying. It's like, can you not smell that? It's like, can you smell it? It's like, no, I can't. It's like, you must have something wrong with your smell then, they'll say. It's like, hey, hang on a minute, there's nothing wrong with my smell. My smell is fine. I just can't smell this rotten smell you're speaking of. It's like, you ever not thought that this individual you're talking to probably maybe likes the smell of stale milk? I mean, that's a rare consideration. I mean, I don't like the smell of stale milk. But maybe that person has just been around stale milk for so long that smelling it just doesn't really ignite anything. It doesn't do anything. It's like, oh, right. So it's like, so you can't smell the stink that I smell. And it's like, no, I can't smell it. It's like, yeah, but I can, and because I can smell it, I'm going to do something about it. And the other person said, well, I can't smell it. Hang on a minute, what do you mean you're going to go around and change things? I can't smell it. It's like, yeah, but I can. So you've got this conflict of what I can and what I can't. It's unbelievable. Why are people who are coming on my channel saying hello to me? If people who don't even watch, they're just coming on because they want to keep my friendship. They think that if they say hello to me, that they're keeping my friendship. Well, that ain't gonna work. That's not how it works, unfortunately. Sorry. I don't know who you are, Skyrim, but you might be on my friends list. Don't know. Maybe you should remove me. I only want proper people on my channel. I don't want people who are just making fun. Trying to cause drama on stream. Not interested. Let's do something about that now, shall we? Let's do something about it. Move it. Yeah. Nice colours though. I do like the turquoise and the neutral greens. Similar to what I'm wearing, really. The character, isn't it? The blue and greens. Like, so all everyone cares about really is Grand Theft Auto 6, isn't it? That's all everyone cares about, really. The delayed, the unanimous. It's like a Mike Tyson, isn't it? 1987. That's what GTA 6 is. Mike Tyson in 1987. It's a knockout king. Because that's what Mike Tyson is classed as. A knockout king. And that's what Grand Theft Auto 6 is supposed to be. The knockout king. And you know what? It'll be absolutely trash. It'll be as good as a sweat ball. It wouldn't surprise me if the thing's more broken than a glued vase. Hence probably why it's not out yet, because it just doesn't work. And when it does come out, it'll just break apart. And it'll probably take a year to fix. But because it's out, and it's in your collection, that's enough. We've waited that long for a broken game. That'll do, they'll say. Or at least we got it, at least it's released, they'll say. It's like, no, it's not. Like, you think it's released, just because you got the box and the disc doesn't mean it's released. Remember Cyberpunk did that. Just because the physical disc was in your collection, that doesn't mean you've got the game. It means you've got a version of that game that was installed on the disc. That doesn't mean you've got, No Man's Sky, for example. When that game first come out, there was like 3 different planets. Rock, tropical, and barren. They didn't even have ice. But you know what? People didn't mind because No Man's Sky was out. The pressure was, it come out. It's all that mattered. It'll be like that with GTA 6. Like people will be measuring the sweat glands. Someone will be there on YouTube doing a video of the sweat pause. But you'll have a title, Sweat Pause GTA 6. And there'll be like a magnification shot with a red arrow pointing at pause. And someone will have like an Alienware computer like that. And they'd be like, look at this magnified shot here of these pores. And people will be logging in and talking about pores. The neurodiversity and all that stuff. Let me see them pores. It's like, yeah, have you seen the pores? You can actually see the pores. Like, they've never even looked at anyone else's pores. Not in real life, anyway. I mean, I've never looked at anyone's pores in real life. But, on that game, they'll be looking at those pores. Not only will they be looking at those pores, they'll be looking at hair strands, they'll be looking at lip detail, eyelashes, pupil dilation, eyebrow texture, shadow definition, light occlusion. There'll be all sorts of madness. All sorts. It'd be that crazy that it won't even be GTA 6. They may as well just call it The Game. The Game. I mean, years ago we'd say, when's The Game coming up? We'd be like, I don't know. What game are you talking about? The Game. Like the game that is the game of life, basically. Like the game that basically ticks all our boxes. You know what I mean? And Rockstar have been doing it consistently since GTA 5. Because nobody liked GTA San Andreas. Nobody liked Vice City. Nobody liked Liberty City. GTA 3, nobody did. The only Grand Theft Auto people liked was Nico Bellic. That was the only one. Because you know why that was the only one that they liked? Because Nico Bellic is an immigrant. That's why. Nico Bellic is or was an immigrant in Liberty City. That's the only reason it was famous. You know, everything else is just internet cafes, betrayal, and slightly odd voiceovers. Right, like the voice acting in GTA 4 was really bad, wasn't it? Like, as good as the game is, the voice acting on it was terrible. Like, the guy who did the voice of Nico Bellic, as good as he did, you can see he wasn't happy. There was something in his voice that you could resonate with him, that knew he was having a bad time. Because you could tell that he was getting stressed out with that character. You could tell. It weren't like Trevor, where you could see he was enjoying being Trevor. The guy who played him. You know, that awesome guy from The Walking Dead. Yeah, he really enjoyed playing Trevor. Look how he talks about it. Yeah, you know, me and the guys, we got up in the morning, we went and got coffee. We did our lines, we did our rehearsals together. You know, like they, each person wanted to be a character. But the person who played Nico Bellic, the voice actor, probably didn't want to be there. And it shows. It shows in the game. Because I've played that game many times, and even I know he's not interested. Probably got something to do with money, because money is the only reason that gets those people interested. There's nothing else that motivates them. It's only money that motivates those people. They call it creative genius, but really the creative genius is just a deposit, hoping to get a payback for it. They want some kind of pay outlet for it, for their creative flair. They're not gonna burst out full of creativity and not get paid for it. In their mind, they've already done that. They expect payment now. You know, and by God, you're the player, you're going to pay him. And you are. You are going to pay him. Because GTA 6 is... How can I explain this? So, do you remember Street Fighter 2? On the Super Nintendo? It's like basically an arcade game on consoles. It was undoable. It couldn't be done. It couldn't be done back then. It was impossible. But Capcom did it. Capturing Computers did it. Right? And the reason why Capturing Computers did it is because they had a stellar powerhouse of a workforce. They were able to compress data and put fighting games, all the colours and all the characters, including the sound, at home on a small computer that's 16 bits. They could take something that was, what, 48 bit? Because an arcade was about, what, 48 bits? 48 to 96. 48 to 96, depending on how many games they had on a motherboard. It's what you're looking at, really. But that's why they look so good, right? So Capcom creates Street Fighter 2, 1991. It's in Argos. £79.99. In 1991. That's about 400 quid now for a game. I'm probably telling a lot. It's £330. That today. In 1991. If you paid £80 in 1991, that's probably looking £350. So that's how much Street Fighter 2 was when it first came out, and Capcom were the rock star of the day. Capcom were actually made more money than Rockstar back then. They shifted more units than Rockstar ever did. Capcom. Why do you think they've got games like Resident Evil under the belt? No, if you're pulling out games like Street Fighter 2 and Resident Evil with Leon S. Kennedy, Claire Redfield, Jill Valentine, Nemesis, T-Zombie. And you talk, these franchises are still going. They are still going. And you know why they're still going? Because of the customers. Customers. And the key to the customer is attaining to their needs. And how does Rockstar attain to our needs? How does it do it? What does it do? It uses No Information Act, and it uses trailers, and it uses artwork, doesn't it? No, it's art style. No, that neon, LA Law, Law and Order, 1980s, early 90s vibe in a modern era. So even though it's Grand Theft Auto Vice City set in today's age, they're still going for that 1980s, aren't they? Because the original was 1980s. No, and this is where the line, I think, will be crossed, because I actually think it's set in the 80s. Because that's the only reason the original worked, is because it was set in the 80s. If that's not set in the 80s, that game, it's not going to work. It's going to look good. It'll give everyone probably butterflies for a month. After a month, no one will care. You know what I mean? If people are just going to be playing a super game in today's society, who in the Lord's name wants to relive today's society in a game? Who would want to do that? Who wants to put up with all the strike lists and all the red marks and reprimands and highly gauged optics? Who in the Lord's name's going to want to dive into that world? I ain't going to want to dive into it. Why would I want to play in a world that I live in? You'd rather eat broken glass than live in a world you already live in. You know, we're already doing that. So unless they do something that's different, like a surprise element in GTA 6 where it'll be set in the 80s or at least the early 90s, like, I don't think anyone will bother with that. I mean, I can see there being time jumps. You know, they might blow us away at the end and be like 30 years later, and then the city's completely changed. You know, they did with Red Dead, but on a more massive scale, where like you get like to the end of the game and it does like an epilogue, and you become a character that you really love that they've not told us about yet, and it's like their story, and it's now set in today's age. It's like how long ago was the 80s? What you could call it, 35 years ago? You could say 35. Yeah, you could say 35 to 37 years ago. You know, 88, 87, the game starts in. You know, how do we know that what they're showing us on the trailers isn't the epilogue? I mean, on Red Dead Redemption 2 trailers, they showed you epilogue segments in the trailer. No one knew you were going to be John. You know, it's just something that we all just got shocked with at the end. We all got surprised that John was just there. Like, John, you know, we're reliving Red Dead Redemption 1 in the second one before the first game happened. Like a a preparation for you to play the first one again. It's a perfect idea. Who in the Lord's name come up with that? The brothers who made the game, that's who. The brothers who created the game from scratch. Who didn't make this game, by the way. GTA 6. The other brother didn't do it. He wanted nothing to do with it. And what does that tell you? What does it tell you when a brother, right, who is part of the Rockstar brand? Imagine you and your brother are the Rockstar brand and you leave just before GTA 6. What's that gonna say? It's like, you're my brother. Why are you leaving? We've just been talking about GTA 6. What are you gonna say? I don't care about GTA 6. Because that's obviously what his brother didn't care about it. Because he cared about Red Dead Redemption 2. So he put all his energy into Red Dead 2. He didn't have any more for GTA 6. He put it all into that. He ain't gonna get up stressing about GTA 6, is he? Is it Dan? Is it Dan Houser? He probably got up and said, I'm not doing that. It's easier me just making my own games now. I'll just pay someone else to make them for me. Do you know what I mean? Or I'll pay someone else to write them for me. He could probably talk to an AI program now and it'll type out everything he's saying. You know, that's the story. You know, so you gotta understand. You know, one brother left before the game was coming out. What does that say? Like, think about it. If you were my brother or my sister and we were working on a game franchise for 25 years and one of your brothers suddenly left when you were making GTA 6, what does that tell you? What does that say? Why would you leave just before the biggest game of all time was going to drop? Why would you give up all that? Right? Well, the true answer is because you don't trust it. That's the answer. It's a hard truth. And I know that no one wants to hear that. Everyone wants to hear, I believe in you, you know? But he didn't. He didn't believe in the project. And if someone doesn't believe in the project, they leave. And if someone leaves, and if someone doesn't believe in the project, then what does that say? It's like queuing up for a plane for 16 years. For it to arrive, and it won't take off. What is the point in waiting for a plane for 16 years if it can't take off the runway? Are you just going to sit there and adore the interior of the plane? Or are you going to wait until you're sky high in the Mile High Club? Are you happy being grounded? Because that's where it is right now. Because GTA isn't up there in the heavens, it's down on the ground. Exactly where it is. And everyone thinks this new game is going to propel it into the heavens. And you may as well think that with a new Marvel film. Because if you think the new Marvel film is going to punch the Marvels back into action, that ain't going to happen. And if you think the new Spider-Man film is going to be better than the No Way Home with Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield, then you've got another thing coming. Because it's not. It's not going to be as good as that. It's going to be okay, but it's... Tom Holland's getting old now, and you can see it. I love Tom Holland, me. I think he's one of the best actors going for his age. I think he's full of life, and I think, you know what, that guy speaks his mind. And Tom Holland speaks his mind. He doesn't, you know, I mean, when he was younger, he did give away a few spoilers, but we can forgive that. But he's actually a really, like, creative person. But you can see, he's been through a lot, him. I've been watching Tommy on his interviews, and I can tell that guy's been through a lot. I know when people have been through stuff. And he is changing. He's no longer the Peter Parker we once knew, which is probably why he's no longer wanting to be... This will be his last Peter Parker film. Tom won't do any more after this. This'll be it. This will be the sealed film that will seal all the others before it. It wouldn't surprise me if he goes into what's it called? What do they do now in these films when it happens? You know, like when Neo went into that room at the end of the Matrix, and it was the architect, and the scene just didn't make sense. You know, everyone's waiting for this mad scene for Neo to walk through this light door, and everyone's like, oh, what's going to happen next? And when Neo walks in, it's just a room with some guy sat there with a bunch of tellies. Like, you know, underwhelming that feels in the cinema when you're waiting for this, like, monumental outcome, and it's just some guy who looks like Father Christmas sat down on a chair with a bunch of tellies talking to you as if he's your manager at work, telling you you've been given a final warning. You know, who in the Lord's name's going to be excited for that? No, but they pulled us in, didn't they, with all the fighting. Do you remember the Matrix Reloaded? They pulled us all in, didn't they, with the fighting? Neo with the metal pole hitting all them Agent Smiths around like they were ping pong balls. You remember, right? They lured us in with effects, but the story was naff, wasn't it? Nobody likes the Matrix Reloaded. Nobody. Nobody likes the third one either. People just like the first one because it's real, isn't it? The first one, they had guns, hand-to-hand combat, and a story and a reason. Plus, Neo was first born in that. So it's that Matrix complete saga where they didn't need those other films or the spin-offs. They just needed that one film, and that was it. Everything else was just money. Money, money, money. Until one day they said, you know what? No one's watching this anymore. No one's buying the clothes. No one's buying the games. No one's buying the films. And no one's going to the cinema. It's like, okay then, well, we'll stop it then. You know, that's what it took for them to... You would not believe how much madness was on about the Matrix back in the mid-90s. It was everywhere. You're talking leather jackets for £1,000 that looked absolutely ridiculous. Who in the Lord's name is going to walk around with those outfits on? You'd have to be depressed to walk around with that fashion back then. Like, nobody in the right mind would walk around with that fashion. You can only get away with it in front of the camera. But they did everything they could to tailor that fashion product to the market. The Matrix wasn't just a project, it was a revolution. It was before the mobiles come out, because Neo advertised the Motorola and the Sony phones, didn't they? Was it Sony? The Motorola. I'm sure Neo had a Sony, because Morpheus gives him an Ericsson, doesn't it? It's an Ericsson, isn't it? Sony Ericsson. Sure it is. Sure it's an Ericsson. But oh, we leveled up. I didn't even do anything. See, that's what I like about this, leveling up without doing anything. Yep. Who cares? Who cares what you think about my channel? Couldn't give a monkeys. If you don't like it, leave my channel. Don't come back, please. If you like it, please stay. You know, it's for an audience who likes to have a laugh and likes adventure, travel, And games, if you don't like that, clear off. Please go away. Go away and come back when you like it. I'm not interested in you. I don't want to know you. This channel is for a specific audience. And that specific audience is a particular niche. You know, if you don't like it, you know, you're just gonna have to go away. You're gonna have to go away, please. If you're looking for friends, go outside and look for your friends out there. Don't come to me to make a friend, because I'm not your friend. I'm not your friend, and I'm not your mate, and I'm not your pal. I'm a content creator who makes streams and videos regarding video game ASMR. I'm not here to fulfill your dreams. Let's do what, health again? Yeah. I could hear arrows. There you go. You can watch the lights, can't you? The Magnus Opus. Huh? There you go. Look at that Magnus Opus. You enjoy the neutrality. Enjoy it. But yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it for free. Are you enjoying the ice cream, Sky? No? Oh dear. What, you don't like green ice cream? You don't like green ice cream? Really? Oh dear, that's a shame. Well, go watch something else then. You see these unique camera angles I do? Do you see it? That's what matters, right? It's what got Spielberg made, isn't it? George Lucas. It was all about how they pointed a camera and where at. Everything else was made by the production team. Right? You know, Spielberg was famous for doing cheap effects, wasn't it? Cheap special effects without any cost of money. That's what he was good at. George Lucas was good at making costumes. That's what he was really good at. And pointing the camera at those costumes. I mean, you get two guys like George Lucas and Spielberg. One's good at making special effects on a budget, and the other one can make special costumes on a budget. So you're gonna get yourself a successful concoction right there, aren't you? Eh? The thing is, there's no more room left for Star Wars, is there? They regurgitated all that, didn't they? You can't travel anymore with Star Wars, can you? What are you going to do? Go back to the 1970s? What? You're going to watch the embarrassments of the 90s? Episodes 1, 2 and 3? You're gonna entertain yourself with a rushed prequel set? Are you gonna Are you going to take a risk and try the new series out? No, you're going to go back to the original. Why? Why are you going to go back to George Lucas? Well, he was younger back then. He had brown hair. He was eating his crusts on his toast, so his hair was all curly. He was ready and willing and waiting. And he was a business entrepreneur at the time, so no wonder Star Wars was so good. You know, by the 90s, he couldn't be bothered by then. He was probably more interested in his family. Same with Spielberg. He's so much into special effects, he put his wife in Indiana Jones, the second one. His own wife starred in it. I think she was probably the most best special effects probably of the film. Because all she did was scream. All she did was scream. And the best scene that they did was what Harrison Ford did when he took the whip, when she was complaining at the end, and he lassoed it round her, didn't he? He got the whip and he lassoed it round her waist and he pulled her towards him like that. That was just added on by Harrison Ford. You know, that behaviour. It's class. Absolute class. You know, in these moments, not many people notice those key moments anymore. You know, it's like Last of the Mohicans, when the guy's running with the guns and the music, that intense music beating, when he's going after that guy who took out his son. You know, no one really talks about those moments. They talk about Thanos and Endgame. When you really watch like Daniel Day-Lewis really perform a good film back in the 90s compared to that Endgame stuff. You know, Endgame was basically Star Wars. That's why it was so popular. It was basically the Return of the Jedi. Right, it was Return of the Jedi. And you know the one where Darth Vader says, "Luke, I am your father." That may as well be what Endgame was. Because Thanos won in the end. Just like Darth Vader did, because Darth Vader is his dad. Which means that Darth Vader's the winner. Regardless whether Luke takes him out at the end or whether he makes up his mistakes, Darth. At the end of the day, Darth is the winner, because Darth is the dad. Which means that no matter what Luke says or what Luke does, when he looks in the mirror, he's looking at his dad. And that is something that you don't need a force power to win with. You know, he already had Luke where he wanted him before he knew he was his dad. Just that when he told him, you know, he wanted to make him weaker. He wanted to make him angry. To use the dark side of the Force. You know, and that's what Endgame is. Everyone was on the cusp of giving up. Everybody. And in Star Wars, everybody was on the verge of giving up. So it's all about giving up and not giving up. You know, the Avengers never gave up. Even though odds were all against them and everyone blocked them everywhere, no matter what they were trying to do. Everything they were trying to do, they were getting billed, they were getting taxation, they were getting sanctions, they were getting court orders, they were getting all sorts of problems, but it didn't stop them with the moral mission, and that was to be an Avenger. And no matter how tough it got, no matter how hard it got, no matter how much they were losing, no matter how down and out they were, no matter how alone they were always an Avenger. And that's what kept the movie going. That's what kept it going, you know, is the idea of not giving up. Whether it be, I mean, how long was it for did they not give up for, the Avengers? 10 years, right? They never gave up for 10 years. Imagine not giving up for 10 years. Can you imagine not giving up for a week? Imagine not giving up for 10 years worth of your time, and you took it and you went through it every day, 365 days a year for 10 years, all in a row. And I'm not surprised Captain America could barely stand at the end of it. He could barely stand. His gums were bleeding. His eyes were yellow. Captain America was dying. You know, he could only last another week, if that, doing that, Cap. He couldn't do that every day, Captain. He couldn't. He does have a threshold. Thanos laid him out in a couple of punches, didn't he? Thanos, he took out his shield with that vibranium cleaver blade he had, and he took out Captain America as if he was an insect. And he didn't want to hurt no one. Like, Thanos didn't want to take anyone's life. All he wanted to do was just use the stones. That's all he wanted to do, wasn't it? Like, if you think about it, it was bad. He is the villain. But in his mind, all he wants to do is use the stones and perform the snap. And he's got these people who are stopping him from doing it. And also, Thanos is being shadow banned and blocked by the Avengers of becoming the controller of all time and matter. Sounds like Darth Vader to me. I mean, Darth Vader wanted to get all the Jedi together and have them eliminated. Thanos wanted to get all the stones together and have people eliminated. It's the same story. It might be slightly drafted different, but it's the same story regardless. You know, and stories like Iron Man, you know, which is a samurai film. You know, Iron Man is based on samurai television in Japan. Chuka, or was it known as a word for it? Shiroburu or Kuribu. It's like a Japanese term for samurai film genre. And Iron Man was so popular because it taken a page from the samurai. You know, a samurai makes his own armour, makes his own sword, doesn't he? You know, in the fantasy books, a samurai makes it himself, like Tony made his own suit. You know, so they're taking a page out of the samurai book with Tony Stark. You know, that's why Iron Man is quite he never was popular. Iron Man was actually a forgotten hero that no one watched back in the 90s. It was mainly Tony Stark people liked. Wasn't Iron Man was actually just fun to see the explosions that he would create. You know, the drawings, the explosions with the missiles. But people liked Tony Stark. What he said and how he dealt with the public about being Iron Man and how he navigated both lives. People really enjoyed the fact that a billionaire could be a superhero. Me personally, I think it's weird. I think it's more like that renegade, vigilante mentality, probably. But yeah, all these films are copied off something. They all are. They're just copied really well. So yeah, Marvel Avengers is called Star Wars, basically. The only thing is, instead of getting Star Wars right and the Avengers wrong, they got Avengers right and Star Wars wrong. They couldn't do both. They had to sacrifice Star Wars for the Avengers, you see. They had to. They couldn't do both. They couldn't do both. And Rey, the woman who plays the Jedi thingy, she's actually a really amazing person as a creator in real life. She's so lovely and polite, and she got a lot of stick for that film. And you know what? She's actually a very creative expert. Very good dancer, and they took all that. They could have used all her skills of being a dancer and a gymnast and put it into that, and instead they made her run like a dude. Why would you have a woman like that run like a dude? Like she's a ballet dancer. Rey should have been doing like ballet dancer maneuvers up a wall, using force powers like a butterfly. That's what she should have been doing, not running around like a dude doing bench pressing the force, having an argument with a brother. Who wants to do that? Who in the Lord's name wants to bench press the force with a brother and argue and fall out? Nobody wants to do that, especially at that age that Rey was. And why is Rey going to be arguing with a brother if he's got issues? No, if a brother's got mental issues, talk to him about it. No point using a lightsaber to someone who's struggling like that, who has anger issues. No, if you've got someone who's got anger issues, you can't negotiate with people like that. They've got no social skills. You may as well speak to a raccoon. You'll get more sense out of a raccoon than an aggressive human. So Rey could have been done really well. If I had creative influence over Rey's character, I would have had her doing all sorts of ballet force maneuvers. Even the way she moved with the lightsaber, how she walked and how she died, it would have been like I would have tried to rejuvenate Princess Leia in Rey. I would have really focused on a Princess Leia formula, not Leia as a character, but at least Leia's formula. Because Princess Leia was, she could wield the gun, the laser, or the phaser. She could wield a blade, but she was still a lady. She was still a princess, you know? And that's what made Leia so popular, is the fact that she could use those weapons, but also maintain her princess status. She didn't go into, you know, crazy mood mode, where she went real angry and grumpy, her face like some pickled onion, you know, with some face like a bulldog chewing a wasp. You know, she never pulled any faces like a bulldog chewing a wasp. She was feminine. She was. It's Carrie Fisher, isn't it? That's her name, Carrie Fisher. You know, one of the most beautiful supermodels of the 1970s. And you wanted to reflect a beauty 1970s beauty queen to a female who wants to be a dude. Sorry, that's not going to work. I don't know who thought of that, like, but they must have been on steroids. Or some type of anti... what were they called? Steroid thing, wherever they are. Same things they give hamsters and stuff. Who in the Lord's name's gonna watch that? Not even kids will watch that. If Grandad won't watch it, and Grandma won't watch it, Dad won't watch it, and Mum won't watch it, if the kids won't watch it and the dog won't watch it, then who's the only people that will watch it? I'll tell you. Do you want me to tell you who watched it? The people that made it. They're the only people that watched it. And you know how many people made it? Not many. Not many. Not many people, I promise you. Because they're the only ones that liked it. I'd say about 1% of audiences liked it. Like, genuinely liked the new Star Wars. I wouldn't say that any of them liked that movie like they liked Stranger Things 2018. I don't think that Star Wars carries the same weight and energy as Stranger Things. Like, I don't. Even the Avengers have lost it. Even Stranger Things has more clout than the Avengers. It's a shame because Robert Downey Jr. has lost his tether with it. Like, people have grown up now. It's been 6-7 years. Those people who were 9 years old, nearly 17 now. They're nearly 18 years old. They ain't gonna go. They're gonna look at Avengers and see them crying in the cinema when Spider-Man died. In a what's it called? What's it called? Is it Infinity War? I don't know what. Not Infinity War. You know what I'm talking about. It's the one before Endgame. The one before Endgame, isn't it? Like people. I mean, they're going to be like 21. Them who watched that one before Endgame. Them kids who watched that back then, you were crying to the mum and dad because Peter Parker was taken by the snap. Because it wasn't Spider-Man. It was Peter Parker, wasn't it? That's why he said, I don't want to go. I'm scared. I don't want to go, he said. I don't want to go, Tony. I don't want to go. What am I doing? What do I do? And he's like, guys, like, it's okay. You know, and then he watches Peter turn to ash. That's a deep scene. You know, not many people could say they watched that scene as a youngster and not cry. Watching Spider-Man perish. There's nothing worse. There's no... Seeing a character who is impenetrable become weak and afraid is the most lowest blow anyone could ever receive. Watching their hero, the strongest person they know, become the weakest person they've ever seen and the most afraid is the most mind switch technique. You know, and they did it well. They did it with finesse at Marvel. And those kids who were crying at the Avengers films back then in 18? It's now 2026. It's nearly 8 years ago. Those 10-year-olds are nearly 18 years old. They're going out probably rapping. They're MCing. They're rapping, they're going out driving the new car with the new mates. They're not thinking what the new Marvel film is. None of them are thinking about Marvel. The only people that are thinking about Marvel are the people who read the comic books, because they're the ones that are still there. The people who watch the films, gone. The people who were there for the movies, gone. The critics, gone. The money, gone. All gone, all of it. What remains after Endgame? The comic book fans, that's who. And who's still there now? Who is the ones that are still there today, waiting for the next Spider-Man, waiting for the next Avengers? The comic book readers, the cartoon watchers from the 1980s and the 70s. In the 1990s, these guys in the 50s, not kids, not children, they're not the ones that are waiting for the new Spider-Man, are they? It's men, actual fully grown men, and they can't believe it. They've actually managed to accumulate an audience they don't want. Imagine spending your entire career trying to remove the audience that made it. Imagine that. Imagine removing a bridge that got you to where you needed to go every day, and you removed it because it just didn't fit right with how you look at things. How do you put that into words? Like, you can't. You can't put it into words. Hope you're enjoying the authentic content. Hope you're enjoying the green gamma. Eh? Hope you like my genuine content, YouTube. I hope you love it. And I say that with sarcasm, by the way. As if I give a monkeys. It was funny winding up that AI today. It was so funny winding up that AI from Google. It was unbelievable. It was so funny. It was like I was listening to poetry, listening to an AI program brabble and ramble on about random things that have no allocated meaning for me. It was just so amusing watching something skip around and not have any idea what it's talking about. It was very amusing. I guess you guys are all sick of the gamma now. See, R2, R3, R4, R5, R6. There you go. Yeah, you can have some clear skies now. There's a deer crossing the bridge. See, that's where I'm talking ASMR, right? A deer crossing a bridge. Well, you enjoy your river and your bridge.